All right. Yes, sir. I don't know what time it is. It's Hot Mic Friday. What up? What up to the Shark Tank? What up to the Shark Tank? Big shout out to all my people out there on the back street. Look here, y'all don't forget to hit them like buttons. Don't forget to hit them like buttons, and please do not forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. Let me give a big shout out to all my people out here in the Shark Tank tonight. Start with the one and only incomparable Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Vernon Starr. The one and only talk of the city, Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Borderline Kennels Breezy. What up, Breeze? Big shout out to the one and only Mr. William McNeil in the house. What up, fam? Two dogs, I see you, fam. Sporting Dog Archive hanging out in the Shark Tank tonight. What up, fam? Mr. 216 representing. What up, fam? Self-made Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man. Styles Kennels in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. John Dimbry in the house. What up, fam? Yeah. Oh man, I see you, fam. The one and only Mr. Eli Monster in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, in the woods 456. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Sam Hobbs in the house. What up, fam? The one and only Mr. Michael Schrader in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody for showing up. You know, my people on the back street, y'all know what time it is. Go ahead and get them drinks. Go ahead and get that roll up. You can sit back. Don't forget to participate in that poll. Remember, it's not a wrong or right answer. Just like to see where everybody's head is. Looks pretty tight, but we'll see how that goes as the night goes on. Don't forget, Super Chat still out there doing what it's supposed to do. Again, it's not a matter of how much you give, it's just the fact that you give, because regardless of whatever it is, it's always going to be appreciated. And as you notice, we got the cash out to run across the bottom. Now, tonight we're going to be, the last couple shows, we be talking about some of the great guys that, we had the pleasure of knowing and some of their dogs. And purpose was not only just to talk about them and their abilities, but what made them successful at what they were doing. And y'all notice, we've been doing this for quite some time, that most of all them guys, they had a breeding program. Now, not trying to say that they was masters at it, like the Floyd Boudreaux and shit like that, but knowing most of them personally, they really wasn't into going out, buying dogs. Most of the time, everything that they was basically doing, you see that they did themselves. And that's kind of how we learn. The majority of the time, we wasn't out buying dogs in the first place, but one of the things that we happened to pick up from everybody was how they were actually breeding. And you kind of notice it's kind of obvious that you took good dogs and bred them to good dogs. Most of the time, that was the case, but then in some of them cases, you had good crosses or good line bred dogs that you wanted to incorporate something new into what you already had working. A lot of that, especially for us, because, I don't know why people always say we had Mayday dogs, but goddamn, if you actually look at our breeding program, no, we didn't. We had a lot of other dogs that were successful that weren't all Mayday dogs. I guess because Mayday was the most popular out there, but again, I thought Stone City and Hardcore Mike and Mau Mau and Eminem I mean, I thought they were great, you know, as far as their breeding programs and the amount of dogs that they were actually producing on their own yards. So them the kind of people you had kind of like looked up to, and those were the type of people we was trying to, you know, copy after. You know what I mean? We wanted to do it just like them, but put our own little swing on it. You know, create our own dogs, and then do the same thing that they were doing to create good dogs. And for years, that actually worked for us. You know, the downside for us really, I think, was what we didn't really pay. We wasn't really into that massive breeding program, looking a lot further into the future as we should have been. You know, you can sit back and look on all that now, because again, you got history to look back on and sit down. We could have did this, so many things we could have did that we just didn't do. But that's why we sit down here and we talk about it, because we tell you the good and the bad. You know, a lot of the times, like I don't know if some of you guys may have noticed that the Buck Roger Shaquille breeding, because we had Shaquille prior to, I think, Stone City happened. Well, they actually gave her to us, and we had her for a while. But again, to you know, lack of knowledge, we was trying to get certain breedings off right after, you know, we were on the Rory program, and really didn't understand the cycle process, even though we, you know, when you look back on it now, yeah, that was probably a lot of the reasons why we didn't get the dogs that we were supposed to. Maybe could have, if we first of all had known about the cycling sit. But then again, we were hunters, so really didn't pay that much attention on it. We did it when we could get it, got what we got, but we were always looking for the next show. So those are things that we share with you guys, because those are thoughts. When you can sit back and look back on that type of shit and understand, you know, those are thoughts. I wouldn't sit here and try to tell you all the good shit and not be able to tell you the bad shit, because I can look back on it and just say it's bad simply because these are things that I know we missed. Mo knows it. But again, that's what this is all about. So what we talk about now is, how do you make things better, you know, moving forward? Because a lot of guys, you know, and I try to get around to everybody's show. I don't actually join chats anymore as much as I used to, just to keep the drama down. Don't want to be a part of it, but I like to see what everybody's doing. This just shocks me to know how many people don't really understand pedigrees. And as hard as, you know, it is to operate without them, it's even more shocking that, and I guess it's some newer guys, and I've even heard some older guys in the game. Now, I don't know how much emphasis some of you people had in the game, or, you know, the bearing as hunters or whatever you did with the dogs, but understanding what you were looking for is something that, first of all, we seen what we liked, but after you see what you like, you gotta go see if it can be consistent by seeing how it got to where it is. So when I hear people who don't know how to read pedigrees and just throw them out the way, that's like a red flag, because everything that you're doing at that point, you're doing it in the blind. You know, it's like trying to go to college and never went to high school. Just ain't gonna never work. You gotta have something to get you to a certain level, to get beyond the level that you're actually coming in on. So I don't want it to seem like we pounded it in your head, but we are, because it's important to the longevity of good dogs and good breeding programs. Because without it, you're going to have it's going to be overwhelming. The amount of garbage that's going to infiltrate what you're doing. It's going to be hard to find a good apple when you got so many bad apples. So many bad apples, you'll miss the good apple because you get tired of looking at the bad apple. Because that's a whole batch of just bullshit. And out of that whole batch, I got to find one good apple in there. I know it's one in there, but am I ready to go down through all that bullshit to find it? No. Because first of all, raising these dogs is already complicated. And then, man, I be feeling for you brothers who have to deal with that rearing of puppies. Because that's a task in itself. I always hated to see us lose a puppy or two or three out of a litter. That was like a hurting feeling. That's almost like you was losing one of your kids type of shit. Because we used to take it like, it used to be, I guess Mo got kind of, he'd be around his dogs a lot more than I do. Further hands-on, because I didn't see him grab puppies and do the chest compressions and all that kind of shit to bring them back to life. I seen him, him and his wife used to, bottle feed the small ones, the runts, to save them. And that was a whole lot of damn work, man. And I take my hat off to people who be willing to do that. But putting all that kind of work in, it just seemed like it was so much better when you know that you did everything up to that point the right way, and now you have to cherish every single puppy that you have. It's not about the money. At that point, it's about the product itself. Because you don't know which one of them that might be that one or two or three. So you're trying to save them all. You're trying to give everybody that opportunity to have a good life. And that comes with a lot of preparation and work. It's got to be right. The male got to be right. There's so many complications to a breeding program. Now that's just a physical hands-on part. Now just that alone is worthy of talking about. We do that for another day. But just getting to that point to where you got the right kind of product to put your heart and soul into and your feelings. Because being around a whole lot of litters, we have a whole lot of litters. Not as much as I thought we could have, because, one thing you notice, we had a whole lot of bad bitches. A lot. But we also had, our boys, our males, they had a career ahead of them before they could even be considered in our breeding program. So it was one of them issues that, we talk about it, we go through it, and then you see the results. And so that's why we can always go back to the things that we did, because it's easy to talk about it, but we have to show you. Because showing you, you get a chance to see how and what it did and how it worked out. And even in, not just in our hands, in other people's hands. Okay, what did they do different than what we did? Most of the time they did the exact same thing that we did. I can understand why, because why would you change the results from what is working? You're going to try to take that and add it to whatever you have. It's going to be within the same lines of what created what you have, because you wouldn't have it if you didn't think it was worth shit. And that's most of how people felt when they got our dogs, because we didn't. Can a lot of people out here say that they had going hard dogs, but there's special ones who actually did, and you can see they did what they did. Because going hard would have just stopped at us if it don't be for the things that they did. And we tell y'all that all the time. But again, it's being able to take this information and utilize it. And it's just not just for our purpose, but it's for the purpose of the audience to be able to understand that we just ain't talking about something that we didn't do. We're talking about something that we have done. And we talk about the results of it. And we talk about this is where we got the idea from. We look at these dogs. These dogs came from a male and female. Let's look at the male. Male came off this and this. This male here proved this point. Why? Because it's daddy so and so and so and so. Well, why you pick the brood bitch? Well, the brood bitch, if you look at the bitch, and you go back here, and you look at who her daddy was and what they did up to this point, and then I got to put too much on the bitch, but then, goddamn, I know based on what we got right here, we can put these two motherfuckers together, and we gonna come up with something. You know, so I've been around the back and forth between our KP and Mo. I mean, sometimes we would go on for hours. There would be papers scattered everywhere. You know, table full of shit, grabbing that shit, you know what I mean? Well, look at this, look at that type of situation. So I understand the complication of how this shit can be, but then the process is always in the end a reward. Because one thing I always kind of noticed that I've seen good dogs get sold. I've seen good dogs get sold and get ruined. But I ain't never seen nobody sell you a good dog for $2,500. And they got a yard full of dogs. Good dogs I'm talking about got sold, they got sold for a lot of money. I mean, unbelievable kind of money. See, I kind of had, you know, that kind of faith in people who bought those kind of dogs simply because that's like an investment. Why would you spend that kind of money as an investment and ruin it? Some people, I've seen how that worked out for them. You know, buy a good dog for a lot of money, and you think that good dog is going to be the same good dog in your hands, but then you're not qualified to do the right thing with that good dog and just actually ruin the good dog. I've seen those occasions. I've seen those occasions where I've seen somebody go buy a good dog for a lot of money and bring that good dog and make that good dog a great dog. I mean, a great dog time. This dog is still, we talk about this dog in history today. That's a great Queen of Hearts. Remember, I was there. See why, I understood why he bought her. You know what I'm saying? And then I understood everything that happened after that. But that was a good dog who got in a great dog man's hand and became great. So, yeah, that breeding and these dogs have a serious decision-making process. It can make you or break you or hurt you for years, because it takes years to start from, you know, that very first dog, that very first breeding, and rearing of the puppies, and finding out if all that work was worth it based off a decision that you made. We understand that, and we try to bring that to your attention by giving you the shortcut, cut straight through the bullshit. Ain't trying to say your shit. There's nothing on the line to try to get you to convince you to try to stick with this bloodline or stick with that bloodline. We have enough history and seen enough of different breeding programs and great dogs and great kennels that we can show you, based on the information that history has given us, what were the outcomes of the moves that they made. And it's part of history. So we give you the shortcut and hope you guys take advantage of the shortcut, but look deep into what we're trying to get across. This is not about selling puppies. This is about making good and great dogs. And you have to be able to understand the process. So when you do have that litter, you look at that litter just a little bit different because you know you did your homework. You know I followed the process. You know it's like guarding gold at Fort Knox. You're going to do everything because it's going to take everything to play it all the way out to realize what I did, look what it came out to be. That's where you got something to talk about. That's where you had something to prove to yourself. Because now the proof is in the pudding. Put in the work and this is the outcome of your work. There's no feeling greater than that feeling in these dogs. And when you can accomplish that more than once, twice, 3 times, 4, 5, 6, and you look at back all the guys who had our dogs, and to me, it's still amazing. I think it was at 100. By now, I think it should be about 120 wins. 120 wins. I think it's at 14 losses. And a whole bunch of 1 grand champion and a whole bunch of champions. So that's just off dogs that we were associated with. But that's an accomplishment. And I think it's a great accomplishment considering we didn't sell dogs. Just imagine if we actually was selling dogs back in that time period when shit was hot. You know, you look at Hardcore, you look at Stone City, even some of the guys we were just looking at our last show, and look at how they dogs was bred. You knew all Havana boys, the Gator boys. Look at the breedings, and you kind of knew they all knew each other. If you look at our shit looked just like you kind of knew we had to know these guys because look at the breedings. You know, so there is something there to see, and it's just not there to just look at. It's there to just go into it and rip it apart. Go in there and go all the way back and just be like what we were when we first got. Why did you do what you did? You know, because we're around where people can ask us, you know, why'd y'all do this or why'd y'all make that breeding? Okay. Most of the time, Mo tries to tell you there was always a reason why him and my kennel partner wound up doing some of the things that you see him do. Y'all don't have that opportunity to ask a lot of different people. You know, like I think my mom had a great way of explaining it. Eminem, with some of the great dogs that he had, I think he had a great way of explaining it. Black Ice, another good one, that had a great way of explaining it. All those videos gave you some type of insight why they were doing what they were doing. And I think we need to get a better hold on that so we can understand the complete process of what makes a good and a great American Pit Bull Terrier. I'm going to turn this over to Mo right quick. I'm going to check out this poll. So y'all just follow along. Hopefully we ain't going to make this a long night. Hey, need everybody to do me a favor. Give a big shout out to the Queen TB, Tanisha Bayless. You know, we're celebrating her birthday tomorrow. And then our other little sister out here, the other Queen Selena Brantley. Her birthday was just 2 days ago. So as we're going to be celebrating birthday this weekend, big shout out to all the Tauruses, because I don't know where all these Tauruses come from, but we surrounded by Tauruses around this time of the year. So we're going to just go ahead and start it out with my family right here. I'll give a big shout outs to my wife and my sister. Happy birthday to the Queens. Love y'all. And we're going to get back to these Bulldogs. everybody? I want to say hi. What's up, everybody? I want to say a shout out to all the Tauruses out there. Oh, this your time of the year. Let me plug it real quick. Let's see where we're going today. Hope I don't freeze up. You know what I mean? That's every time I plug this computer in, to do a freeze up. So let's cross our fingers, guys. This works with Hypothetical. Right, check one. Delete. Mic check one. Mic check one. Mic. Can't come slow. Oh, Graham. Oh, what's that? All right, fellas, bear with me as I work on this sound shit. That sounds crappy, but I'm working. Hold up, guys. Oh, shit. Did you put it in wrong? No, that's perfect. All right, while he doing that, I'm gonna check on this poll. All right, all right. Appreciate everybody for taking the poll. Okay, the poll question for tonight was, in your opinion, history has shown us that the most great named American Pit Bull Terrier bloodlines came from. We have A, outcrosses of good dogs at 40%. B, line breeding of good dogs, 28%. C, inbreeding of good dogs, 1%. And D, the 3 and 1 out method at 31%.
How many times you asked that same point?
Still close. This time, I'll cross the dogs. Breeding process. That's it. 69%. 39, 28, 32.
All right, everybody, let's go somewhere. You're talking about breeding aspect of it. I would have to say get on the bus and come back here where I'm at, because it's a little bit more to it than, you know, trying to breed now dogs to compare to what we were doing back there. It's almost not the same thing. So I'm gonna keep on talking. I ain't gonna say much of that. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Sound like I'm in a big ass hall.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. One, two, three. Yeah, they got the mic right. Yeah, get the mic right.
Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Check.
As he's working on the mic, I'll give a little bit of conversation for this stuff right now while he's doing the mic checking. It would be nice. We're like, this is not there right. You hear me, sir? I fixed that, right? A little bit of time, make sure we get that part right tonight. That's all
right. Mic check.
Me. Me?
No, just saying that I got to turn it up.
So, hopefully we can get this thing going here. But it sounded like y'all let me know with some thumbs up, man, when it sounds the way y'all want it to. We need some cooperation coming from the chat room, man. So we've been dealing with this. We're trying to get it right. So we got the opportunity in the audience Make sure everybody's on the same track, same trail. I need to help me out here. If I don't see the thumbs up, that means he still need to be working on it. No, I want it to be natural.
Taking the mic check.
Yeah, we still working on it. I ain't seen the thumbs up yet. A thumbs up yet, y'all. It's not a thumbs up yet, man. Well, if it's still messed up, put a mic on the screen. I ain't got my phone to read, to read in the chats and stuff.
Okay, thumbs up.
I got my phone to read, to read in the chats and stuff.
Thumbs up.
Okay, can we put the mic up a little higher in there so I can get the snapping sound? Yeah, just stick it up right there. Yeah. Now, that should sound pretty good, guys. So we don't hear that little extra noise. Now, see? That should sound pretty good, guys. We don't hear that little extra noise. Now, see? Yeah. That should sound pretty good. If that sounds good to y'all, y'all let me know, man. Still sound like I'm in an arena. Hey, everybody. Only in a room. But yeah, let's take a bus ride so we can look at this thing at a different view. Because we always seem to be getting laid back. I think the last couple of shows, y'all, I took y'all to different parts of the countries with different kennels. Pointing out the different kennels and the things that they used and the dogs that they had and what made them so great in the game. So, whether they had a breeding program or not, their main objective was to work their dogs. I mean, that's the only reason that we could talk about their dogs, because they were champions and grand champions and, had history. So, I mean, I think every time I get on here, I'm pushing the pedigree issue as far as, your own aspect on your yard where, personally, the pedigree is not nothing without the dog. So when we're talking about dogs, particular kennels, that had several great dogs, you have to look at what they was using. And again, I'm always going back to their yards, showing you their champions, showing you their grand champion, showing you their registered mares, always pointing out, hey guys, you see these dogs and where they bred, there's always a formula there. Most of the time, a good formula to a great yard is some fighting great dogs. Because all you hear me constantly pointing out, I mean, how many times do I do that? I do that with every great kennel I bring on here, because every kennel I brought on here has had some type of accolade in the fast lane in the history of the dog game. What put them there? This discussion was the dog can make a kennel great, but dogs can't make a kennel great. The kennel can make the dogs great. Now, one dog, remember that we had that conversation. So when we go back and look at all the kennels that I've had the privilege of talking about, putting up their dogs, showing you guys, coming on the show, a couple of them have been on the show. If you notice, they all had that major thing in common. They all got that working. We weren't talking about much of a pedigree without the work. Because that's what we need to be focused on, the work. Okay, hold on, y'all. I'm hearing that little noise. You hear that noise, all right now? So I mean, I think it's in what's your flavor on your yard and what you building on. You know, and my aspect is only speaking on back in my time on how their aspects were working for it to work out for them and how they were able to. Some of them became, you know, very well known for producing great dogs. You know, not only just using dogs, they was producing good dogs, and their dogs was getting out in other people's hands, and they was making becoming even greater dogs as a kennel. Same thing as in our case, but keep in mind they all clearly had some type of formula. Whether you want to say, okay, this great dog, it's a coincidence that he was bred so great. Well, how many of these dogs do we need to keep pulling up as great dogs that it would be a coincidence that this dog was bred great? Because we're definitely putting in more than at least 90% of the majority of the champions in the great dogs that has been put up on this show for the last 2 years has been dogs with a formula. Dogs we talked about from Kingfish to Zebo all had a formula. And that formula had everything to do with what their pedigree spoke of, whether it was fake or not. They all played a particular avenue or a part in the continuing, whether it was a fake one or not. We don't know what Bucky is, you know what I'm saying? But we know this much. Whatever we decide to put on Buck, we know he was a great dog and a great producer. Regardless of how he was bred. In that case, does he need a pedigree? Yes, he needs a pedigree so you can build from it. Whether it's the right one or the wrong one, we don't know. But guess what? Give us something to build off of. I just don't want a pedigree that's going to start with Buck. You know, what made Buck Buck? Maybe I can make sure that I'm dealing with the right Buck before he becomes great. That's what you got to do. If you're going to do it on your own, y'all, that's the most important part you got to figure out. Which one of these crosses going to give me some consistency to give me more of what I just had? And if I produced it, I should have part of that battle already figured out. You know what I'm saying? But it still lays all the way down to not just me. We're talking about just going back through all the videos. You know, we have made this approach several times, and if I was to go back and pull up every one of those inbreed 3 ins, 1 outs that we didn't have a poll on, they're not going to never be the same. I know for a fact this same poll right here is not going to be the same results as the other polls that he has brought up on the show, basically asking the same question. You know, tonight we talking about outcrosses. Outcrosses is the best number. Well, you got to know when to make an outcross. Most great breedings, there is a way of getting there. You know, the outcross plays major parts of the puzzle. You know what I'm saying? It's just, where is the outcross at? I mean, because you can build up on an inline breed and then throw an outcross and come up with a great dog. But with the inline part of that breeding, you know, that gave you the numbers. Like, you know, Red Boy and Jocko. You know, you want to scream Jocko, but to be honest, Red Boy was the caddis, and Jocko was the spark. You know, and basically it's proven fact throughout the damn line itself, a Red Boy. You know, that he's a major catalyst in that when it comes down to who was the major majority to that outcross. Jocko made a good part of it, but it was Red Boy who was the catalyst of that Yellow John Yellow connection. You know what I'm saying? That was that connection. And it was a growing connection. Now, if you could have told me that Jocko was producing like Red Boy, we have a better conversation. But he never did. He never got a chance. But in still same fact of the matter is, you know, if it worked, it worked. Like with some Red Boy. You know what I'm saying? Didn't see too much of it after the fact. He had rough daughters and all them, but remember they still, you know, Red Lady beat one and beat a sister and Molly B, who was off of, the Red Lady was off of, beat the other little Jocko dog. Now, not taking nothing away from the line because it added the nick that it took. But how do we know that? Remember, we wouldn't know that if we didn't have the Kennels out there that was using this shit to show us. That's where all this is boiling down to. You know, I really believe it's more of understanding that part right there. When we say these things, what are we actually saying? We're actually talking about however these crosses was coming up. It was only coming up in one area. In one area, when I say it as where are we posted at when we talk about greatness and the evolution of the American Pit Bull Terrier. You know, there's only one focus for me back then that we could only talk about that really stands out to the conversation that I'm actually having. Whether it has something to do with the pedigrees or it has something to do with the kennels, it still boils down to what are we talking about when we're talking about these great dogs. Great doing what? These great kennels. Great doing what? You know, I guess we lose focus of the emphasis of why you can't compare the now to the old, because the emphasis in itself on the bottom line is not going to be the same. So there's really no comparison. None. You can't take nothing from up here and take it back here where I'm at and compare it to anything. The comparison won't fit. It's not knocking you guys. I'm just saying it won't fit in because you don't have enough gravitated information to be able to stand in a whole bunch of information that's standing in front of you. Remember, damn, there's a subscription of 5,000 plus people connected to the journal. That is a big ass network. You can talk about Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, and all them. You know what I'm saying? And they probably have a big ass subscription of wannabe dog people. But in the real world where, you know, this is where I'm talking about, that little small little group of those people that we talk about and pull up those pedigrees and look at their champions and look at their wins and look at their kennels and the people that they battled with and all that history. It's still boiling down to just certain things that you just cannot change. And that's the bottom line. What are we talking about when we talk about these great dogs? Cannot be a better comparison, except the dogs that you're comparing have to be compared of in the times that they are being compared against each other. You know, the game, you know, in the now, if we were to hypothetically think about it and calculate the losses that we had, the bloodlines that were lost, I mean, we really did a real self-check analysis on the American Pit Bull and the situation they're in right now. Right now. And just an analysis and You gotta understand, when I talk about the analysis of this situation, you have to understand what I'm talking about. We ain't talking about the old backyard dog that you got all bred up, that's prettied up and all that shit, but ain't done nothing. You can't even be in that conversation, so you would have to be eliminated. You can't even be a part of that survey. You're not even included in the calculation of what we're talking about, see? So you have to eliminate, that's 80% of y'all gone. Boom! Only 80%, that is a lot. That's only leaving 20% of the bulldoggers. And those are that 20% that you don't hear about, that you don't know about. We don't know when, where, and where it happens. But they out there. If that 20%, it's only 20% of all that can be the only thing that can understand exactly what I'm talking about. And you take that 20% and you step back there in my time, we will overwhelm the 20% because there's no growth over there in that 20%. Okay? You can't take that 20% and bring it back here with all the growth and the big kennels and the great dogs. You get overwhelmed because you have not done that. Y'all are like looking at the planet of the apes, where we was the humans and we was running shit. And then all of a sudden, the times change and now the monkeys is running shit. They ain't got rid of all of us, but they running shit. They talking and walking around like us now. They riding horses, shooting guns, everything. That's what it looks like when you try to take the now and try to compare it to what was going on back then when you don't have the catalyst of it. The numbers that it would take for you to do that was way off. I mean, only a believer of a person who wished he was feeding a real pit bull. I mean, and not knocking those who are doing things right, because I don't have nothing wrong against you. I'm just speaking on what really are we talking about literally when we discuss anything pertaining to the greatness of the American Pit Bull Terrier and the evolution of the American Pit Bull Terrier, when we consistently and constantly is bringing up champions and grand champions and kennels that have these such a dogs all the time anyway. And if you want to talk about some gray dog that's worthy of talking about, guess what? 80-90% of the time, 95 over here percent of the time, we're pulling up a great dog that was bred great, coming off some great bred shit. And what are we talking about when we say that? What are we meaning? So we can't have it both ways, because it's boiling down to only one way. And if you can understand that, then you can definitely understand that it's not a slap in your face. It's a deck that you're being dealt with, but the same deck of cards you're not playing in. You're playing with a different deck. So I can see where pedigrees don't matter. I can see where there's no history, because it's the information line has been cut off, or the major line of the fact of the matter has been cut off, where there used to be a direction where you could safely, enjoy and understanding such a thing, and it not being such a political issue for having it in your possession. It would be kind of weird to say I got a journal and when they arrest me or try to do something to me about some damn dogs, they trying to use the journal as some means of I'm a bad person because I'm in possession of one. Something that's my legal right to have. So see, that was the one thing that they destroyed. They destroyed the information line. Even when it comes down to international, tell you why international doesn't is missing the big part of the puzzle. Because when they're free to do what they're doing over here, the great dogs that are still around, the great dogs that are still out here that we can't talk about, we don't know about them, we don't know when and where it happened, but they're out there. Okay, that's what keeps the international game and the record keepers out of this country. Because there are great dogs out of this country. And there are great dogs coming back through import, and some just coming off of old time dogs, and some are just coming off of the last of the Apache and the Cheyenne Indians out there leaking out some of their greatest hits. And only the privy that can afford to be able to get the opportunity to see history, the only history, outside of, the propaganda of the internet. There's certain dogs out here that still exist that has been systematically deteriorating for years. And will continue to deteriorate. So when it comes to, Mike asking those breeding questions to guys of the now, and he asked that question an awful lot. And each time I notice it, it's never really the same. And if you guys been on here enough, you probably understand that. But it's like, you know what we're talking about here. And if you're not doing that, then you could never understand what we're talking about here. If you don't understand that, then you don't know what we're talking about here. So it's like when you talk about it, it's not but so much you can talk about, because it's really not open and privy to talk about right now anyway. But when you can talk about it, it's like taking the now and coming back, and you when you don't want to do it, it's the safest place to be. And then, when you get back here, you need to get your ass back here and realize, no, you got a long way to go before you ever come close to this right here, because the greatest of the goddamn game was built right here. It was built right here. We can't walk up in your footsteps. Me personally can't walk up in y'all house or y'all bulldogs of the day and give you that type of credit where that, hey, y'all doing them. No, you ain't. Because there's not the numbers to be able to say that you're doing. It's only safe to say that, the guys that can boast the most, with nothing to lose, because you can talk like you're a dog fighter all day. You can down there talk shit and act like you this and that, and if you play within the lines of the law, you could probably get away with it and have a bunch of people fooled. It's so easy to fool people these days, these wannabe dog fighters, you know what I'm saying? They'll swear up and down they done something and been something and everything else, and it's not hard for somebody to gravitate to that, because that's what you want so bad. You're willing to hear from anybody, even if you don't know that person, and they can be fooling you up with a bunch of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? It was pretty hard for that kind of shit to really linger. Even with Beeline trying to get away with it for years, it didn't have no effect until, it bled into the fast lane. And the fast lane does knock on doors. That was one of the pretty things about the game back then. If you had your dog out there and he was doing anything competitiveness, we will always be looking for those type of dogs to compete with. And if there was anything like us, they were looking for us too. So let's get these two hooked. See, you can't do that now. If you try that shit now, you know, you're doing it in chat rooms. You're doing it in group rooms. You know, you're doing it on podcasts. I mean, that's about as hard as it's going to get with all that going on, because you're doing it right there in front of the world to see. And so what really is going to happen out of all that? I mean, for real. With all that clapping and all that, but what is really going to happen? Ain't nobody going to do shit, you know. None of them got no champions or grand champions or nothing to be putting on each other or cleaning out each other's yards. So, hey, it's harmless. See, when you come back here in my time, see, I can bring all that up and say all this shit that I'm saying right now, and understanding, you know, why you guys just don't fit up back here and we don't fit up there. But while we back here, we taking y'all back here. We just, while you're back here, you know, and it really boils down to it. It really does boil down to it, because back here we can safely say, you know what I'm saying, that this is what's going on. We can safely say that. And we can safely tell you to just step your feet in our shoes. Because when you step out my shoes and go back to where you at, you're going to find that you was wearing a big pair of shoes stepping in my shoes. Because when you get back and look at what we're truly trying to exploit to you and tell you, you definitely have a pair of advisors in your closet. Because if you don't, who are you and what are we talking about? When we talking about breeding, when we talking about good dogs, when we talking about upgrading the American Pit Bull Terrier, I mean, are we on the same page? I don't think so. I don't think so. Only a few can be on the same page. Only a few would understand what is really being talked about for the educational and the entertainment purposes of this standing back here where it's safe and engulfing yourself in the truth. You know, that's a big part to face up to when you're trying to do something and be something that is not safe to be in your time anyway. You don't want to be no growing hard kennels in 2024, all up on this podcast talking about we kicking everybody's ass. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's supposed to take, and then guess what? That's a free ticket to jail. Probably have a whole room of people, and we were just to come up in here and really start talking reckless, like we got it like that, and we gonna smash everybody. Fuck 2024. We checking weights, we checking in kennels, we calling out people. Come on, man. For real, we'll probably have a whole bunch of followers. And believe me, a whole bunch of followers gonna follow us right to jail. You know,
most of them gonna be the alphabet boys.
I mean, they're gonna send the alphabet boys. They're gonna send the ABCs and the 1, 2, 3s up through here. And you're gonna have a lot of followers because a lot of them, they're gonna be the cloak. A lot of them gonna attach to me because they wanna be me, and they really enjoy the hype. Twin be calling me out. He be throwing weights. they'll follow that shit like a mug. Oh, this is wild. But in true reality, how many of them out there really driving on that train with twin? Yeah. I mean, cause you know twin checking. You know, twin tracking. You know, I'm out here being bold with my shit. So you know I'm checking doors. Yeah, that was locked. You know, I'm peeking in the houses. Yeah, he ain't doing shit. You see what I'm saying? Imagine if it was really like that. I'd probably keep a room full of people. Really, calling people, Kennels right out. Up, calling you out. I don't believe you got shit. If you real, you'll be on your shit. If you real, you'll be on your shit. Don't imagine that. Imagine how many of you people would gravitate to that shit knowing it's a free walk to jail. And everybody connected to that shit just falling into that trap. And so, but half of you guys won't even get in no trouble because we know y'all was just here to suck on the water. Y'all wasn't on that juice. You know what I'm saying? But just imagine if it was really like that on the real. And when we was really checking in with y'all, checking chains and shit. You know what I'm saying? When I mean really checking chains, I'm checking chains. We standing up in here acting like you that and you ain't. We checking chains. You know, literally. You know what that show would be like? Now that's a show that will really just blow up. Just blow up until the police just drag your ass on out of here. You know what I'm saying? Because that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be like, this damn dude right here, oh, it's not going to be hard to get him. Look at all these people following him. Now, first of all, let's make sure he legit. And what they mean by that legit shit. The way this dude talking, he got to be for real. And the way I'm talking, you best believe I am. Okay? And I'm out here just blabbing it out, checking y'all asses, and you try me, I'll be right there. We be hooked 6, 8 weeks. We wouldn't do this. You know what I'm saying? Imagine that. Imagine somebody just coming on the air and just calling you out and don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? Down there send you to the store and give you the model of the damn visors he needs you so you can get to the instant vision and get there where he at. You want to get some, get the visionary glasses and get there. Imagine that. Imagine how many people would come to hear this kind of shit every day. You know what I'm saying? Imagine if I could just sit here and just pick on Kennels. And just splash shit all out there. Making sure that you really who you say you is. You know, how many people want to come and watch that kind of stuff? All because I'm the one out here sticking my ass out here like a damn fool, being a known dog fighter. I'm going to be the dog fighter to blow up the internet and be calling out everybody. How long do you think that show will last? Imagine really what kind of conversation that I could literally have pertaining to me just being straight out, open, wide out. Like I'm out here. I'm just there. And I'm explaining all avenues in the now. In the now. Imagine the people that would just cringe. Imagine all the followers I would have because the only ones that's coming to see this crazy shit is going to be the people who ain't doing shit. The people that's doing something going to be too damn scared. They're going to be like, that nigga going to get busted. That boy ain't going to last 2 months. Man, that boy hot. Ask Hollywood, because that's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did. And look at all the people that followed behind him. Ran behind him screaming his gleam and all that shit. Imagine anybody who was messing with Hollywood ought to be shaking in their boots. I mean, they've been hanging around the man and surveying him all these damn months and years and shit. Imagine the paperwork that they could probably pull up on old Hollywood, and definitely gonna have the Facebook video. Definitely gonna look at all the people that chimed in and the remarks they made and the crazy shit that some people loved him and some people didn't, and then some people just gravitated to his shit. Now they got all that shit. Got him as one of the greatest dog men in the world. Yeah. You know how the news boast up shit, you know. But guess what? They got a lot of information. They got a lot of you gravitators that gravitated to that shit and spread it around where shit went viral on the internet. So when they then finally went on here and decided to cash in and drop the dime on him and pick him up, and he got all that to lose, hey, ain't no way in the hell you gonna tell me, man.
I want to give a big shout out to my man Borderland Kennels coming in with a 2-piece showing us love. He said, salute, twin, giving game. Appreciate that, Borderland. Yes, sir.
But you know what I'm saying. So when we discuss things like that, you know, it's not realistic. There's just no way that you can really get in and honestly sit there and tell me in the open world out here what it takes to become a great American pit bull dog fighter. There's no realistic to that. We can tell you what it took to be a dog fighter years ago. I can't tell you what it takes to be a great dog fighter in today's game. It's not realistically possible. Not unless y'all want me to just throw off the hat, the shoes, the whole going hard thing, and just blow it up and be like, I'm gonna bring it to you until they come and get me. But I'm gonna tell you now, I'm going out there. Anybody that act like they ain't on that wagon with me, taking that ride down that lane with me, don't fuck with me. Cause y'all see I'm a crash dummy. If you can see I'm a crash dummy and you like me being a crash dummy and everybody like following crash dummies, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be probably one of the biggest shows on YouTube, acting the way I'll be acting, just waiting on federales to come up in here and snatch me out this room and finally just come to the conclusion that this dude right here is hot. Because just imagine if I was to literally come out here and act like that. You know? Imagine how many undercover people will be picking up the phone, you know what I'm saying? Probably using Hollywood as a reference to get on. And a couple other these cats that we seem to know about, you know what I'm saying, through the, you know, the PBK news, you know what I'm saying? It's good to know because we see these people be like, you know, who wants to be in the basement and see some people that you know on TV? How many people in the basement with all these raids going on? How many people in here got them visors that's sitting over there that used to be on your dresser is sitting out there in the yard somewhere? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Got to move some shit around because I know him. Damn, I ain't know him. Yeah, no shit. Come on now. I mean, I know y'all glad about that PBK. Y'all, most people don't want to hear because y'all ain't in that world to understand it. Yeah, there's some people out there that need to hear it because they need to know. Everybody need to know. You know, I mean, it's good to somebody out there letting them know. Because you don't know, then guess what? Look, G Hop been out there I mean, just on my exit out, I ran across Jihad in there. And there was young coming up, and he was coming up. Now just imagine, here this dude is, all these years later. All these years later, he decides, you know, with the people coming back and forth out to his house, he should have knew then it was trouble. Why are they even bothering you? Right then, I'd have been retired. You a CIA man. You top in the governmental thing. You know how y'all people operate. You really thought you was that strong, bro? If you was that strong, you should have been going out the dog game, because you had a lot of chances. He had a lot of chances. I mean, the love of these dogs will make you take chances that you just, but hey, stupid chances? I mean, stupid, but you're supposed to be a top-ranking official. I'm sorry to say that, but you are a top-ranking official. And you down here in the sewer playing with us? You know what I'm saying? You should be the first person to be letting everybody know when they start knocking on your door too much. Something's wrong. Even when they just come in to check, it is still wrong. I prefer no knocks. Because anytime you get a knock, that means somebody done got a knock on you. You know, the guys is giving up their dope cases to give these people dog cases. They damn near giving out their passwords on their Telegram and podcast private rooms and all that shit. They giving it to the police, giving them the phones and every damn thing. Giving them the key in. And then they sit back and learn the game on this internet shit. You think they don't know the difference between a real dog fighter and you fake ass internet dog fighters? They have to weed through the game enough to know that they're not going to be chasing no deadheads. They know there's 80% of y'all out here ain't doing shit. They still focusing in on that 20%. They know there's a 20% or better out there that they know. That's just saying 80% of this shit out here is bullshit. So they're not going to tie themselves up to that. They're going to let y'all hang yourself for those who want to choose. They can wear their visions upstairs in the light. Take some night vision and try to step out here during the day and tell me what you can see. Big ass crash dummy. That's what you're going to see. You're going to realize how much of a crash dummy you are. Because that's exactly what you're doing when you step out the vision into the light and want to be the light. Even for those who get a chance to even be in the dark, to even experience what it feels like or what it is to be on that level. You might as well stay in the basement and don't never come upstairs. Because those who can play between the two worlds those are the ones that's bringing everybody down. Those are the ones that's bringing them into the show. Those are the ones that's giving up their passwords. Those are the ones that's knocking on your door wanting to see a roll. You can't get him to roll shit. You see what I'm saying? These are the things that need to be cleaned up in today's dog game. Instead of talking about, preserving, you got to preserve the dog man first so they can have some dogs. Nobody wants a small fish. When you try and get out of jail, you better have a big fish in your pocket. And so many of them have. Because like they say, there's always an element in the dog fighting world that's always been a major element. And it always seems to be the downfall of so many of the greater kennels that really took hits, you know, but not really being in that element. Drugs in dog fighting is an element that has always been in the American Pit Bull Terrier world of dog fighters, our downfall. You know, it's a new jack thing. So you have to understand, it's understandable why so many other people want to sit back and whine. Yeah, they came in with their drunk money and but don't be with them doing that, it wouldn't have been as great as it got. So shut up. It was a new jack thing. White, black, Puerto Rican, Mexican, it was all the same thing. The element, it was still an element. And in that element, it was really the catalyst of the downfall to the game. You know, shoot. Guys is trying to make deals off their drug case by giving up guys that's in the dog game and ain't never sold a dude a drop of drugs or bought anything from the cat. So for those out there with the visionaries, they know who they are. They are part of that 20%. Still, the element. As long as you're gonna have that element, you're gonna have the money. Stop putting them down. I mean, back in my time, hey, it's still a new jack thing. It wasn't nobody putting money down. You know what I'm saying? It got kind of wealthy and healthy out there. Only on the simple fact is the element of the game. It didn't stop no broke motherfucker from making his bet either. Okay? It was still not hard for a broke man to get on. If he wanted to get on. And if he had a good one to get on, everybody else probably made more money than his dog, but guess what? He let him on. He might not have the money that they had, but guess what? He could get it, because guess what? When it comes time for it, he'll know how to cash in by selling that good dog. Sell that good dog for good money. Now you ain't a broke man no more. Or maybe you're not a richest man as they was, but guess what? You definitely got more money than you had. And everybody else was making thousands, you was only making hundreds. Yet you had a hell of a dog. Cash in, pay it up. You could sit there and study him out. You could sit there and breed him up. A good dog will change your life. You don't have to be a drug dealer to be that. Drug dealer come and buy your dog if you love him. And they don't care what it costs. Person like Tom Gardner, if you got him some Gardner blood in, Tom come over there and buy him if you like him. So you ain't got to start off with a lot of money and get a lot of money in that world of dogs. In that real world. But where are those numbers if they're not being shared? Where's those dogs at if you don't know where to start? Everybody upstairs all out here in the light, y'all the ones that's in the matrix. You know what I'm saying? Y'all the one that took the blue pill. Because so many people out here being something that they're not. You know, and we can't really enjoy the lighter part of the game because it's being constantly pushed onto the dog fighters. But where's any dog fighters up here? You see what I'm saying? That's a disclaimer rule. Where is there any dog fighters up here? Do we know them? No. Do we know when they doing it? No. Do we know where they at? No. So why do we do so much up here to ratify ourselves as like we are dog fighters? you know, to act like we know what we're talking about when it comes to dogs. But act like we know that we know what it feels like to have a real bulldog between your legs. I mean, so, but these are the things that you act so hard to let everybody make, you know, you want to convince everybody or you want everybody to believe this shit or whatever. But what is the purpose of you doing that up here? You know what I'm saying? You be the one person that the person downstairs would want to stay away from. Because she sure as hell will find out the ones downstairs don't want to have nothing to do with y'all. They're so scared that y'all allowed to drag their name up from the damn sewer up to the light, because they vampires. They'll burn up in the light. They night movers. They night hunters. They can't survive in the light. Everything is for the dark, to be in the dark. And it's not but a 20% world. The other 80% is out here playing on the internet. These big parties everybody want to have. We keep seeing it all on the news. Hey, ain't not one of y'all said one time through all these raids and shit that they found a Ricky Jones of the dog game, or they found a Maurice Carver of the dog game in 2024. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Or they done busted a Floyd Boudreaux of the 2024. Out of all this shit that they snatching up all these dogs, but ain't nobody once have I heard say that they got a great dog man. Not one. So what did that tell you? No, we ain't seeing no Patrick getting busted. We ain't seeing no Floyd Boudreaux or none of these things. I mean, Jihad, okay, I got to give him his little props because he's been around for some years, but he wasn't none of them. He wasn't none of them. But like I said, we talking about what's happening in the now. I mean, what do we need to be worried about in the now when we need the people that they catching and they ain't nobody any damn way? Ain't a David Tant, ain't a Carl Cruz, ain't nothing. What are they to y'all? I mean, for those 20%. Because it's that 20% is where history is being built. It's that 20% that only those who can make history is going to always be the ones to make history long after they're gone, or long after they're done. That we'll be able to talk about it. I'm glad to be able to talk about me now. Because I'm done. I shouldn't be mad at a guy who wants to run his dog up a wall. I shouldn't have no ill feelings about all these great things that they're trying to do with the dogs now when you're done. But in my heart, I can only be one. And there can only be one. You know what I mean? And that is my love of the game. It's like me being a Marine. I'm going to always be a Marine. Doesn't mean I'm going to be out here doing covert missions, out here killing people. But I'm going to always be a dog fighter. It doesn't mean I'm out here having to fight dogs and all that other shit, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean all that. It just means what the judge called me when he put me in prison. He called me a dog fighter. After even not being found not guilty of all that other bullshit and anything that had to do with being a dog fighter, he still called me a dog fighter and put me in prison. So I guess it's safe for me to say that I guess I'm going to always be a dog fighter, even if I was found not guilty. I can wear that like I can wear that Marine hat. You know what I'm saying? And accept it for what it is. But at least when I talk about it, it's safe for me to talk about. It's safe to me to respond. But it's not safe for you guys to dive into y'all world and drag me down into that world and like I said, get me running around there going rogue and shit. I'm calling out everybody. Have all y'all laughing. Twin trying to go to jail, but Twin calling him out. He making plans to come to yards and picking weights. He ain't nobody yard safe. You know what I'm saying? If you ain't jumping on it, if you ain't probably got him turning around here and be running around here like ISIS with a crew of 20%ers making moves on anybody and everybody. Anybody open their mouth acting like you doing something, we barking. Argh. And if you don't do nothing, we gonna just expose you all over Facebook and in the internet. And the whole time they gonna be trying to run away from your ass because you know we hot. We hot as hell. But guess what? I guarantee you, we would get a lot of followers. We would get a lot of people coming to the show. We would get a lot of bullshit. It would always be chaos because the main thing that would be the biggest thing about the shit, we would try to expose you to the fact that you ain't trying to fight no dog. You trying to fight a dog, you get them goggles and you meet me somewhere other than this fucking internet. And we'll be there. And if you don't make it, we coming back on the internet and we gonna put your ass out there on blast. You know, that kind of shit. You know what? Those kind of actions, that's the kind of shit that you can use out here and go viral with. But guess what? That's even bigger news when they snatch at my ass up and throw me in jail for doing this shit. Or when a whole bunch of people out there fall off into this rut and think it's cool. Now I'm running around here like, you know, our ex-president trying to be president again, acting like him, like don't nothing matter and shit. And maybe I can get away with the shit that he can get away with, and we can all get out here and do this shit and make some shit happen. You think they gonna see it that way? No. You know why they ain't gonna see it that way? Because the complexion ain't gonna be the same. You know what I'm saying? And for those who wants to put on the white cap right along with me and make that ride, you know what I'm saying? Your complexion can get just as dark as mine when you're running with me. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter if you're running with me. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, is that what it's gonna take on the internet? Is this the internet face that it's gonna change and turn out to be? Because, you know, the comparison of trying to do a podcast in relations to anything that has to do with the now is almost non-realistic to a person like myself. Because I want to take you guys and bring you back here where I can be open. And then you can take what you find out back here and take it out there in your world and you do your own comparison. And you go in your own world with what you took from here and go back in your own world and see why I can't fit and you can't fit in the same space. Because either way, it's safe for me, but it never can be safe for you. And that's why we can't live together. We can be together, but we can never live together. I could never call you out and come after your ass and pick with you on the internet. Unless I didn't care. You see? So I think my conversation tonight was, you know, almost to an interlude to my brother in these breedings and these movements of the forwarding of the dog game and the mentality and the thinking of the guys of the now. You know, hear me clear. You know, that is a needed conversation that we can enjoy because really, what more can I tell you guys? that I have to stay the genie in the bottle. I am the genie in the bottle. Guys, you can't rub me and let me blow out here and holler at y'all and y'all now. Because I'm not dressed for y'all now. My wishes can only come true back here in my time where I can open up and be who I really am. And what I really was. And what we really did. And the people who've been on this show. And again, I keep constantly pulling up these great dogs. There's one thing you would never argue with me about. You could never argue with me about this. You could not ever argue me about y'all having better dogs than what we had back then. That's the first thing you got to make clear. Because the numbers won't add up. It would never fit. It sounds a good argument, but don't worry about it. It's all it is. It's just a good argument, but it's never going to be a factual fact because it can't be. Second thing. It's better for you to come back here and hang out with me and not have such an argument and be free to speak as a dog fighter than it is to me to have that conversation with you in the now talking like a dog fighter. So either way, compared to the now and the then, it's not a conversation to have, fellas. That's one part of the conversation that shouldn't be had. We should always jump on the bus and come back here where I'm at, where it's safe to have such a conversation that when you get back on the bus, you don't have to take that conversation home with you. So what, you ain't doing shit with your dogs in the now? We wasn't talking about you in the now. We talking about you back here in my now. My now was over 20 years ago. You can be back here in my now and be a dog fighter. And nobody's going to take your dogs. You can be back here in my time standing up for your dogs. And entertaining the crew about you and your dogs. As long as you're on that bus and you understand that disclaimer, when you take it home, leave it where you had it. Can't take it home and be acting like you're trying to be that without it. You're going to get in trouble. So guys, when I come in here, you know, I'm almost at the ends where, you know, y'all trying to get me away from what I am, and that is no fun for me. Because, hey, I'm ready to sit down and talk about keeps, you know, keeps. I mean, real keeps. I ain't talking about no treadmill keep or for no damn wall or chasing no shit like that. I'm talking about a keep to bring a dog into a conditioned shape back there in my time that you could match up and go into some competitive work and test what your ass was doing with your shit. Do you know there was more guys out there that had great dogs because of their conditioning? They can make a decent dog, a great dog, based on their conditioning. Fuck the breeding. Breeding don't mean shit till the damn journey is over. Hey, that's when on time it matters, when the journey is over. I mean, how many of these damn champions and grand champions and registered mares are we going to keep putting on the screen that's proving that fact? So that's not even an arguable fact, guys, ladies and gents, doggers, dogettes. It's not even an arguable fact. So let's just stay in that line that we all understand that part and really start engulfing into, you know, coming on this show. Let's just really start getting back on the bus with our shit, putting on some dog boots and ready to step in some dog shit, being the fact that, you know, we got to dump our dog before we let him go and really take it another level. You know, back here, you know, I can come up with all kind of funny ass things to do when it comes to competition and competitive shit. You know, when they go to say, well, who you think will win between Barracuda and man? I mean, y'all don't have enough what I say, to make that happen, you have to do information gathering. Because a lot of that shit, y'all would find out, you know, really, y'all would really find out. Coming from a real dog fighter, we could give you a better analysis of those kind of stories than y'all can, who think y'all know. Who's around here thinking this and thinking that. You know, and a lot of y'all around here, that 20%, then seen it for yourself. That can really put an input on certain great dogs. Like, you know, the body snatchers champion Ruckus and those type of dogs. A grand champion Sparky was never really a great producer, but he was a grand champion. Know his story. You know, go pit him up against a couple great dogs and see what you come up with. But the analysis, it's the analysis of what you know of the dog. Just don't be knowing because your boy had this and your boy, that shit don't mean shit in the real game, because the analysis is gonna hang you. What you want it to matter, it's not going to matter in our world of real bulldogs. It only matters in your world because your world only has a certain level. In my world, we got the top of the goddamn food chain. And so if you can't mark up to that, then your shit ain't going to never get to that. Give a damn who had it. Because we can talk about what we had and what the dogs that we talking about in our analysis. Your analysis is not going to get you nowhere. So you got to keep that down there in the AB area where we got to do a little research, you know what I'm saying, and try to put together something. But you're not going to be up there in the A level or the Megatron hollering your shit, and the only person know about your shit is you. It'll never work. It might work in your time, but back here in our time, we're going to eat your ass up. Because there's too many great ones out here that we can put on your shit. On whoever's shit you think you like. Or whatever matchup comes up. You know, I would have loved to say, hey, I would have loved to see Noriega and Ajax with Havana Chico putting Noriega in shape. You know, I would have loved to see that match. See, it's a hypothetical match, but when you go to matching it up, even though we saw Ajax win, you know, still, hey, that's a good analysis to bring back. Why would you get that around too? Because the possibility would have been a different story. I mean, shit, with a bad story, Noriega still died. Both dogs still died, yet Noriega was the one in the fucked up shape. But both dogs both died. Okay, whatever happened, but that's the point. And he didn't stop him. So imagine if he was really in Chico's hand, really in a real dog man hand, and was bought in shape. You know, that's a calculation or something. I would pick those two, Noriega and Ajax Part 2. Now we're changing the version of it. You know what I mean? Or let's go with Mayday. And Cody being such a bigger dog. Would it ever took that long for Mayday to beat him, and yet Mayday was sick? No, it wouldn't have took Mayday that long if he hadn't have been sick. No, it wouldn't have took that long for Mayday to damn near give up damn near 7 to 10 pounds after the fact of waiting that long for it to go that long. And to still be able to win. You know what I'm saying? Give me a Mayday 2 show with Cody, and I would show you where Cody wouldn't have survived. You probably would have got picked up like the kind of shit the Barracuda would do to you if you wasn't a real bulldog. And with all the weight that Cody had over Mayday at that time anyway, would have been a different story. Been a fresher dog and all that weight, he would have been a lot, you know. Remember, David, he piled the pounds on because he gave him no opportunity to put it in a catch weight status. So it didn't matter what Cody came in at. You know what I'm saying? Mayday was gonna be at a disadvantage anyway. So, you know, it still turned out that Mayday won. You know, did he deserve his grand championship whooping David Tan? I really believe he did, because everything he did, he wanted to go whoop the man who created his shit. And he was really going after everybody with Mayday and his shit. So, hey, you know, I would like to see that. I would like to see Yellow Buck going into Word Kennels that 4-time winner he had. And put, let's see if Yellow Buck could have beat that dog, Word Kennels dog, if they had a fought in Jersey or in New York.
Nico.
Or Nico in the IBM, with IBM going to Puerto Rico and going into Nico. Or Tommy Boy going into Red Ace in New York or Jersey. You know, those analyses, you know, there's certain analysis to that yes, those would be some great redos. Part 2 to this historical matches that happened. You know, some of them would make great ones. Some of them you probably wouldn't. You could probably get the same answer. But then there's some of them, under circumstances, you knew the analysis and the breakdown of it, you might see it a little different. You know? So, I didn't pull up a pedigree today, y'all. I hope that I've been talking about some real deal stuff here for us to really kind of get into. So when we start doing, you know, going into this next wave, because we're trying to get this mic thing together. And me, I'm at the end of where, you know, I want to give up the best of me, and I'm seeing like I'm getting away from my dog fighting life and getting into this, like y'all pulling me closer to the now, and I don't want to be in y'all now. I don't even like discussing y'all shit and how y'all shit is now. You know what I'm saying? All I'm doing is really picking on y'all, because I'm telling you, you pack up your shit and come back here in my time where it's safe at, I would pick on your shit, because y'all can't compare y'all now shit to our shit. Whether you like it or not, you know what I'm saying? Y'all just don't have the avenues. Yeah, that would make good talk and probably piss a lot of y'all off. But guess what? At least we all talking about dog fighting, and we back here talking about something that ain't breaking no crimes now. You see what I'm saying? And I'd rather do it that way than to hang out and try to be up here playing with y'all. I need y'all to get back on this bus and get back here to playing with me, where I can be me and I can do me, and I can talk me. You know, guys out there, everybody got their own keeps, everybody has their own information, everybody has their own education. You need to share more of that shit in a more open space where it's safe to say the things that we want to say. Remember, we don't know when, where, and how, or nothing. So as long as we understand that and our disclaimer, hey, everything is open war around here, because everything we talking is well over 20-something years, and it's sure not prosecutable. So we ain't trying to do nothing in the now to bring none of that under question. So, but it's somewhere we need to go, because that's the only place I want to play. You know what I'm saying? I want to be able to talk to that 20% that I know got that vision. You know, I want to talk to that 80% to realize the fact in the matter is the truth. You know, you can't get mad at me if you don't want to face the truth. That's your fault. You know, I ain't trying to take you out your lane. I'm just trying to make sure you're in the right lane. You know, when you come back here, guess what? You know, even if you wasn't in the right lane, or if you was begging you was in the wrong lane, you know what I'm saying? At least when you leave here, you can leave it right here, and don't take it home with you. Leave it right here till the next time you come. We'll be waiting. You know how it is. Come on now. Mike, you got any questions? Anybody have any questions? Do the poll, man. Let's go home early.
Sure.
I got birthdays coming in. You know, I gotta do my birthday weekend stuff, y'all. Hey, y'all, hope I'm looking better. You know, I'm trying. You know, I'm really working on it. I mean, I've been going through mega tests. And you know, and one thing I hate about dealing with doctors and shit, they get you on this barrage of everything. I'm talking about MRIs, EKGs, echograms, going into a nuclear medicine place. I mean, I'm going through all this, and guess what, man? They don't never tell you after all this shit that they do to you. They'll never tell you nothing. You know what? I ain't told them shit either. I'm letting them do all these tests, and they're gonna be making them think that like Jesus didn't bless me or some shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm out here bulldogging. I'm out here bulldogging. I'm trying to be that bulldog. I'm trying to make sure that I am in the right keep. Trying to make sure that I do the right thing. You know what I'm saying? Because my handlers, they out to lunch. You know, I look at my doctors like, you know, leave it up to y'all. I'm every damn time y'all do a test on me, I'm getting ready to die of something else or something new, or you know, or another medicine to take. No, I'm looking at these bulldogs and I'm looking at me like, you know, if it was my yard, how would you do this? I do it my way. So that responsibility would be on me. You know what I'm saying? And I hear a lot of things, guys. I heard y'all out there. I tried a couple things, you know, on a lot of y'all that reached out to me and try this, try that. There was a minute, y'all, I couldn't walk 10 good feet without feeling like I was gonna drop dead. But I'm getting better. And I must not be getting worse because one doctor picked up the phone and called me and had no emergency call or information that I need immediately now. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to take that as a good thing and really don't worry about what the hell the result said, because if there was really something bad to been said to me, they would have picked up the phone and called me. That they've been good at doing, but lately I ain't been getting them phone calls. So I'm gonna take it like, you know, maybe they don't need nothing to talk about. So I'm gonna handle it like that. But in the whole meanwhile, guys, why they thinking that, you know, that I'm walking around here with a St. Michael's chain or something around my damn neck, being a total Christian? I'm just gonna let it be known, fellas. I'm thinking of myself as a bulldog. You know what I'm saying? I went down, we even was out of hold a couple times, but I didn't realize and shit that, hey, I got some fucked up handlers. I had to give me some new handlers. I had to turn to my family out. Hey, y'all better get this shit out. Hey, y'all got the wrong people trying to scratch me over here. Shit, they got me on the wrong medicine. They got me doing the wrong type of keep. Y'all better get rid of these boys and handle this shit yourself. It don't pay a person to do it to your damn self. Know what you're doing. So, you know, I'm like a bulldog now. I'm being handled by some other handlers, and you know, and it's shocking the old handlers like they standing over there jealous. You know, they taking credit on all those damn pills, and they don't understand half them pills is just sitting over there getting expired away. I'm picking the pills that I need to take. A lot of information out there in that world, guys. And when you got people that care about you, guess what? They go out their way to make things happen, and they go out their way to want you to hear them. And I ain't never shut an ear to somebody that wanted me to hear what they had to say. Never. Anybody out there know that? They'll tell you that. I am a reachable, touchable person. And I'm alive because, one, don't be my brother starting this shit, I've probably been withered away by now. 2, I like that hype that has been brought back into my life over these damn dogs. You know what I'm saying? 3, I ain't dead. I ain't dead. You know, and I feel a whole lot different than I used to feel. So I have to really thank y'all, man, because, you know, I done dug my hole right already. Gonna hear me saying Kenny Allen and True Colors a lot, because I ain't dead, and I don't know what it is to die in the box or die trying to be what I am, but I understand them. I understand everything about them. I understand why they give their last life a breath to the dog. Because that's the only real loyal motherfuckers you will ever have around you. And I can say that about my Malinois, my Dobermans, and every damn dog I've ever had around me. Care how I treat that motherfucker gonna stand up and be down for me. Gonna love me to death. Gonna love me to death. All I got to do is teach him what he need to know. And he gonna respect that. And he gonna live by that. And he gonna respond to that. Even on my worstest days, he gonna still be right there. Waiting on the next command, waiting on the next thing to please me, waiting on the next thing to try me so that he can protect me. I know what it feels like to be dedicated into something so strong, because you done made that connection. That connection your woman can't even give you. No woman get that much love. I don't care how much she love you. Ain't nothing more loyal than a motherfucking dog who love his owners. Cause he's never gonna talk back. He ain't gonna never cheat on you. He ain't gonna never deny you. And when you call on him, he's gonna try to give you everything you got, especially if you got a good one. I done had a lot of good ones, and I can say that. And that's probably why I feel like True Colors. I feel like Kenny Allen. I feel like, you know, I understood those guys, and it may sound crazy they gave their life for some dogs, but hey, in that world right there, that's an honor. That's an honor and to be saluted. So I'm gonna ride out on that one right there. Leave it to Mike for that.
All right, fellas, y'all know what time it is. We getting out of here early, but we gonna still demand we get some thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up.
Give them up, man. Come on now.
Muscles, muscles, muscles. All right, fellas, show me some love. Now give me some damn roses, roses. We need damn roses.
Hype it up, fellas. Hype it up. Come on, man. Look, I know I didn't throw no pedigrees up. Today I did a complete show without pointing out a pedigree, pointing out some major things that we could really talk about. Looking for more input, looking for more questions. Anybody got any responses? Always feel free to join in and join me. If you believe in me and you believe in what I'm saying is real, keep it real and share with everybody.
Okay. Big shout out to my man, Mr. Dennis Oliver, showing the love.
Move it slow.
Want to give a big shout out to my man Armin in the house. What up, Mr. Armin?
My dude, what's up, baby? Big shout out to Mr. Armin.
Hey, yo. I know I got more than Mr. Dennis Oliver in here that got a keyboard in front of him. I need to get them thumbs up. I need to get them muscles. I need to get them roses. Let's do this like Brutus. What's wrong? I don't understand. Y'all didn't like the show? Come on, man. Again, I want to give a big shout out to my man, Mr. the one and only Borderland Kennels coming in, showing the love. I really appreciate that, Borderland. Really appreciate that, fam. Let me get in here right quick. Try to get out of here. All right, fellas. I guess he just went off, he was off cue. But not really. Because it's something he's been wanting to say anyway, and well, I guess he could. I mean, he said, man, this is a hot mic Friday. I'm finna burn this mug up.
I did talk about breedings, though.
Well, that's true. I mean, I see your point, because you went directly at it today. You just got straight to the point. And it's a valuable point, man. And again, it's actually trying to just wind things down, kinda. And I guess he was just letting y'all know that he feel a lot more comfortable being just himself. But I don't doubt him, because if he ain't gonna be himself, I don't see him doing it. I just don't see us trying to do it. There's really no reason. Why it's important that you guys thumbs up, get the muscles, show your love, because again, the enthusiasm to keep doing this, like he was even talking shit about my poll question. I'm gonna get back to that, because again, the poll question, as I truly remember, we did a poll question like way early. But I think we've given enough information, I thought, based on the last couple shows that we was doing, and the people's yards we was visiting, and the dogs that they were having, that it would give us a better, understanding now. Okay, let me do the poll now and see where their heads is. So let me show you the results of this poll. I'm gonna share that with y'all. Appreciate that, y'all. Y'all keep giving them thumbs up, them muscles, and showing that love. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, on that poll, we had 114 voters. Appreciate everybody who voted. Poll question was, in your opinion, history has shown us that most great name American Pit Bull Terrier bloodlines came from A, out of crosses of good dogs had 37%. B, line breeding of good dogs had 27%. C, inbreeding of good dogs had 4%. And D, the 3-in, 1-out method was at 32%. That's cool. 37, 27, 31.
Well, I like the good dog A.
Outcrosses.
Is that what it said? I thought it said good dogs.
No. Outcrosses of good dogs.
Outcrosses of good dogs. Not necessarily true, but there's been enough of them out there to be made. Yeah.
I mean, that would be, remember the argument. 3-in, 1-out.
3-in, 1-out, that's still a 1-in outcross, yeah. That's an outcross. 50-50 is an outcross.
You're right.
An 8 is an outcross. You know what I'm saying? You're right. Of good dogs. I said, yeah, that would be the one I would pick.
Outcross.
Outcross.
Because the 3-in, 1-out doesn't have to.
Right, 3-in, 1-out. It's an outcross in there. To be honest, 50-50.
Don't have to be a match dog.
Huh?
Well, don't have to be a match dog. I said 3-in or 1-out method. Everything else I put a good dog.
Oh yeah, you put the good dogs in there. You got to.
The difference. Look at the pedigrees we showed. We showed pedigrees that came off of naturally good dogs, unquestionably good dogs, because they was champions or grand champions. Remember, that was the point. Everything that we showing you, look at it.
You got good dogs in your line. Don't go. I'm telling you, the ones that's sitting around in them 2 and 3 generations, it's going to be more consistent. You're going to see greater dogs. It's just been proven so many times. The results, and again, we're back in my time, so feel free to play with the numbers. Do the math and some of the numbers that and see if we can get to the same conclusion. Guarantee you, even if you got visors in your garage, you know what I'm talking about. Then you know the answer to that. So that's out for the back street, in the front street, in the upstairs and the downstairs to look into. You know, and be good to know, and it wouldn't hurt to, you know, sometimes y'all can sneak down there and talk to us, and you ain't gonna tell nobody. Show the love.
All right, fellas. Hey, like the way y'all come through on that. I don't know if we that far behind in time and stuff. You know, things. You know, sometimes you gotta figure out that keyboard. But the fact is, when you show the love, it's so much well appreciated. Again, there's not much else that we can say as we try to move along. That's kind of why I think instead of trying to find things, just we're gonna go back to our old regular format and just break out and just show you the amount of work and some of the great matches. I mean, we haven't, you know, we never really talked about that Radar Martel fight. You know what I mean? That was one hell of a great fight. You know, it went down in history. You know that everybody was there. You seen something.
I mean, shit, Joe Abraham's still alive. I would love for him to tell me about that show. You know, if there was anything, I mean, and then just to even hear a conversation with the Queen. But under certain circumstances, you know, the world is not privy to certain things. But I can just say this much, pertaining to that guy. He's gonna always be a hell of a great dog man to me. If you have to leave the Continental's still open. You know, that's just, you know how Continental runs. We all have to.
Still love you, fam.
Still love you. You're the baddest boy.
That bad one of the baddest men that I ever knew, man. Look, that's another one of them that I could just hang on my panel and be like, you know, had plenty talks with them brothers right there.
Yeah, he's still the dude to me.
Still the man.
You know, if certain things have to be, they will be.
Yeah. But outside of that, y'all know what time it is. Y'all know we're gonna be back here Tuesday. Talk Shit Tuesday. We're gonna be enjoying a bunch of birthday parties over the weekend. You know, been blessed.
Army need to write me a story so I can talk about heart attack and your ventures. Yes, sir. Yeah, we got the legendary Army snooping around here. Yeah, he was an old good friend of mine. Part of that True Color story. Yeah. Creeping around, ain't saying nothing.
You done popped your head up, fam.
Right.
I see you, fam.
You know I'm gonna be up there. Every time I see you, you're gonna get the love. He was one of the first people to put their hands on me when I got up there in that metro area, and he was one of those ones that I got a chance to look. He's part of that history.
And never forget your Army, because you share much love, fam.
Always,
man. So there's some certain people, man. You know, them unforgettables. After all these years, you can just see them still, you know, slide through, trying to be undetected. But just to let you know, twin, I'm out here. I want you to know I see you, fam. Still, that love ain't changed, Armin. Just to let you know, baby, it's always gonna have that, fam.
Much respect, always.
Much respect to you. But to the rest of the Shark Tank and to all the viewers out there, you know, we share that same love because, again, if it don't be for y'all, there would be no reason for us to do what we do. The success comes behind what you do. So y'all keep doing what y'all doing. We're gonna keep trying to do what we doing until that day come. And I'm trying to tell you that day is really coming. You know, damn what he be talking about. But I need y'all to keep sharing the love and sharing the knowledge with each other. So I hear a brother talk about can't read pedigrees. That brother's supposed to be able to reach out and understand why he need to read pedigrees. You know, because I look at that. You know, let me tell you before I close this out. I seen Mayday. And he had 17 pages of dogs that he bred to. Now, I've always said that seemed just totally impossible to me. But I know prior to him leaving the States, I think it was like 11, 12 champions off of him. That was before he left. You know, and we caught him kind of early in the game. So remember when Brad and Luke Kane, they were the first ones that was out there, popping shit, and then everything else came behind because we had the years to build up to that. But then I look at all them pedigrees, man, and it just amazes me that for him to produce all them champions in that short a time, and then to see 17 pages and nowhere close to that many champions. That's a lot of that his numbers went way down. Cause they wasn't, something was funny about that, Mo. Something was seriously funny about that. Especially knowing what we knew, that he wasn't throwing no more before he left. All that was out there, and I ain't taking nothing from the dog because shit, all of them was good producers. They was all workable dogs. It was just, people talk that shit, but man, that was a whole lot of damn breeding that you don't know what the hell it come from. But I just truly believe if it was really coming off Mayday, he would have still been producing the shit that he was producing before he left here. All that 17 pages of the shit, if he had been producing like that during that time period, like he was before he left here, that motherfucker would have to be the all-time greatest dog of all time, all times. 17 pages worth of shit. Wouldn't matter who the fuck they bred him to. Because actually in the beginning, they didn't really matter who he was bred to, and look what he was producing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the hit. I just wanted to throw that out there because I see so many people who look at that and be thinking it's a crazy ass number and he wasn't all that. Nah, he really was all that. He was all that. Not just as just a real bulldog, but as far as his producing. The sad thing is history, because you don't know, you ride with history where he had 17 pages of shit. Well, let me fix that story for you. Before he had some 17 pages, he had, I'm telling you, 15 motherfucking champions, grand champions working prior to even leaving the United States. Now, in that little shorter time period, he was only bred so much. And by the time he got ready to leave, even when Brad actually left with him, we didn't even know, what that situation was going to be like if he was able to produce, because there was so many dogs here that didn't get anything off of him. And this was not too long after his career. So I always say, hey, don't always believe everything you hear and you see. That's why, talk to the ones who were actually there. Talk to the ones who actually know. Because, people who know gonna know the same story we knew. Everything else is speculation, but we only gonna tell you what we know. So there's a whole lot of shit out there that we know, but that's just one of them things that when I see 17 pages of a damn dog, I'd be like, don't believe that hype, man. That motherfucking dog, just to name and who he was, made Victor a millionaire. But I'm trying to tell you, he ain't do it by himself. There was a whole lot of help going on down in that shit. And it's easy to be in another country and still do what he did, but it is what it is. So I just wanted to get that off because I don't want y'all to get into that. You want shit? Nah. No. If you get something good enough, you're going to drain it for every goddamn thing you got in it. So I ain't going to hate on them for doing it. That's for damn sure. I'm going to just tell you. But that just wasn't our cup of tea. So, and is it even possible to do it? Free that goddamn much. Mm-hmm. 1,500 damn dogs.
I mean, they did it with G. Yeah, I mean, if you got 7 or 8 puppies, that should have added up quick as hell.
With no straws though.
That's
Jeep didn't have no damn straws.
Jeep didn't. Mayday didn't.
Mayday didn't. Okay, but if you tell me you can have 1,500 offsprings in that lifetime, I ain't seen. That's some new one on me. I guess I'm still learning some shit. I'm still trying to figure out shit. Dogs producing that much nut?
Ask Frisco.
Well, you got time over there though. You got the damn sperm bank man sitting right there. You seen all them damn straws. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but then there's still, look, I mean.
We can question all the shit, but
Yeah,
I'm just putting that out there, man. Look, y'all have a good evening, man. And we'll see y'all Tuesday. But until then, y'all keep hanging out with us and keep doing that thing that we always do. Just always remember. Always remember. Let them know.
You know what y'all got to remember? You got to back me up in the corner, and you know, you got to shake me, wake me, do whatever you need to do. But you know, you better always know.
Better always. That's 2W, baby.
Always, fellas.
Scratch the wind. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening right there, baby.
All day. Don't act
All
like
day.
you know.
You know what I'm
know
saying?
you know. Don't act like you know. Know you know.
You know. That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
Keep your eye on the prize.
Keep your eyes on the prize. Don't talk about it. Be about it.
That's right. That's right. See, that's the world I hang in right there. That's the world we're going to be in. That's the world we live in. That's the world we're going to be. You know what I'm saying? Find me down there at the bowling alley. Catching a dog down there in them pens. You know what I'm saying? All that wood.
Big shout out to my man James Jones. Yo, James, I took all that into perspective, bro. You know, those double up on them pedigrees. You know, but I tried to break that shit down, and it's still. I got rid of. I gave him the benefit of the doubt on 500. But that bitch said 1,750 offspring. Come on, man. It wasn't that much doubling up on them 17 pages, man.
No,
man. I tried to get that. I tried to understand what that looked like, fam, and it just did not work out.
some of it was double named though, man. There's plenty of them.
But Mo, that's still a lot, man.
I mean, I think he did have a. Well, there was a time Victor had down there 200-300 dogs on the yard. So if he was running puppies as much as he was running puppies, I know Victor sold over 1,000 dogs. Not saying that they was all on Mayday, but you know, when you got the bank running with it like a money machine, because everybody's trying to find a dog off of Mayday, and you know, you over there in Ecuador, and it ain't nothing to put one on the plane. You got your Mayday dog. So that's what I believe Victor was doing. Because Victor never matched another dog after that. You know, that's something harsh to say, but it's true.
It's who it is, Mo.
Man, I'm still, this week, y'all, I don't know if I did it last week or not, but I'm putting Buster Brown up here as my dog of the night. I don't know if I did the last show with him on here, but it's a must that I put Buster Brown up on here for the dog of the night, because we still are dealing with those buck dogs. And I'm going to keep on telling y'all about them buck dogs. Another buck dog. Another great one off the great buck dog. What do you say? We had 357. Yeah, we had a bunch of dogs. Yellow buck. I mean, look at all these great buck dogs. Y'all try to call me a buck man. I'm not a buck man. I'm just a great man.
Great, we trying to get.
I'm trying to tell you, better get some of that shit in life.
Yeah, you trying to get some greatness in your life.
You know what I'm saying? You see how that cross with that Boyles? You see how that stuff cross with that Stone City? You see how that stuff cross with that Strictly Business? Come on now, y'all. Too much of that shit out there, that 50 Kennels, 357 stuff. Come on now. Dog of the day. That's what my dog right there gonna be. Look at that much bread.
When you grab that dog, don't get
champion Chino and all them shit. Boys right there no joke. That's why they got that grand champion Buster Brown up in here tonight. No butt, dog, old bullshit.
Coming down off that goddamn bumper.
That's right. No bumpy, man. I'm trying to tell you, man. Boat action. I'm tell y'all, man, that bull stuff at the bottom, that shit was wrecking shit. When they bought that goddamn yellow shit to there, they better put some buck to that shit. Oh, yeah. This is Buck, this is Patrick shit down here. That's Patrick down here, man. Tell him, thank you, big bro. Thank you, Ron. I'll be glad when he do. I'll be glad when he do. I'll be glad when he do. I'll be happy when you do. You know I'ma slide that number. You gonna give me that story on heart attack. You know you gotta give me the story on heart attack. You gotta give me the story on heart attack. I know you got some pictures. I know you got some stuff still around there. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, you know the story. Big Route and Paul, man, they don't know greatness, man, until they hear it. But I did try. And I got you out the crack, so I know you out there. So big shout out to you, man. I'm glad that you know that you got that back to me about Big Buck, cause you know I definitely was. I've been reaching out. You know how that goes. Continental still got rules, right? So he's always gonna be my big brother, and he's always gonna be welcome. So and that goes for you too. I know you probably walk around. I remember Twin had that little little girl running around with him, and I was wiping his nose with dog. That boy was coming up back then. You know what I'm saying? I was a peon to these dudes, you know what I'm saying? But they brought me in there, polished me up. Now they got y'all. I know you proud of me too, big bro. I know you proud of me too. You just say that. You know what? I'm gonna go find your shit. I'm gonna go put your shit in dog in the night while you're talking about it. Yeah. Let me put my man in. I know I can pull it up. I knew I had that page up. Give me a number. I know there's a number. system.